Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, a very good morning and welcome to Kailasa's morning show, an introduction to the lifestyle of Kailasa. The day in Kailasa starts with yoga. Every morning starts with yoga, Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Now, what's special about yoga? Around the world today, yoga is being practiced by millions of people. Yes, indeed, yoga is being practiced by millions of people. But how many of us are performing yoga authentically as per the revealed scriptures and getting the real benefit out of yoga? That is, experiencing union with the ultimate cosmos. Although the number of people practicing yoga has increased to a never heard number in the history of humankind, the effect of yoga is unavailable to most of us because what we are practicing is a diluted, adulterated, and distorted version of yoga. Yoga needs to be practiced as directly revealed in the scriptures by Lord Paramashiva, the Adi Yogi, the first yogi. When we practice yoga as per authentic scriptures, we get not just health or some physical, physiological, neurological, psychological advancements, breakthrough, healing. We move towards enlightenment, experiencing oneness or union with the cosmos. Now, let us watch a short video about the status of yoga, what's happening in the yoga world today. So, we just saw in this video how yoga has become a $1 billion industry, how yoga is being diluted and adulterated with distorted forms such as beer yoga, which should not even in fact be called yoga. It is some beer exercises. We should not even call it exercises because even normal exercises done with beer are extremely dangerous and harmful to the body. with such adulteration and dilution to yoga? How do we identify the real yoga? And how do we understand the real benefits of yoga? The only way to do that is to go back to our Hindu scriptures and align our practice to the original scriptures, which date more than 5,000 years. This is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has done. Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has collected more than 1,000 scriptural references or Shastra Pramanas, references from the scriptures on yoga, and compiled them as various asana sequences. The first sequence is called Pratham Vinyasa Krama, which has 108 traditional yoga asanas, along with their scriptural references, which have been translated and arranged in a sequence to give us the complete experience of yoga, along with all the 12 components of yoga. Most of us must be unaware of the 12 components of yoga. Yoga is not just some asana, physical postures. The entire body is engaged in different ways. The entire physical body, psychological body, physiologic, and the neurology of the entire body is engaged simultaneously through multiple components of yoga, which give a complete experience of yoga. Very shortly, we'll be beginning our morning routine in Kailasa with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, where we'll be practicing these 108 traditional asana sequences of the Pratham Vinyasa Krama and performing all the 12 components of yoga. I'm sure many of us might have just seen the video, and if you notice, there was a small glimpse of people performing various asanas. Once you start performing asanas as per the scriptures, as per Nityananda Yoga, where very clearly the chanter, the Tantra Dharaka, is chanting the authentic verses, and the guide, the Acharya, is taking us through those asanas with the English translation, reducing it and simplifying it to simple sentences in English so that we can perform those asanas. You'll realize that even in casual settings, how most of the people around the world are performing yoga in a very wrong way, in a very convoluted way, which makes it very clear they are performing something of their own and has no connection with the original yoga, no connection with the scriptures, and therefore we do not know the effects, side effects, and bad effects it may have on us. This is when we are talking about the asana component alone, that is the physical postures. Yoga has in fact 11 more components, starting with as simple as Aushadha, that is the sacred energized herbs, such as the bhasma, the sacred ash, which will be applied on the forehead and 16 places of the body. And then Gyananjana and Kumkum, which will be applied on the third eye, turmeric and sandalwood paste applied on the temples of the forehead. The next component of yoga is the abharna or the rudraksha jewelry, such as the kantamala around the neck. Now, even this might seem like a small addition, but it is not as simple as it seems. The Rudraksha records the Japa mantra, which we receive during our initiation in our spiritual practice, which makes the mantra continuously being chanted around our throat through the Kantamala's presence. The Kantamala and the Rudraksha earrings, the Sundarvadams, help us experience Swarupya Mukti, liberation by remembrance. When we dress up, similar to how Lord Paramashiva describes himself in the Agamas, we are in constant remembrance of Lord Paramashiva, and this takes us one step forward in Swarupya Mukti, Mukti by being in the form similar to the Lord. The other component of yoga is the mandala or the sacred geometrical shapes such as the Sri Chakra carved on a copper plate, which is kept below or above the place where we are practicing yoga. The next component is the mantras. The Tantra Dharaka will be chanting the authentic pramanas, the verses, the Shastra pramanas, scriptural references, and guiding us all along when we practice yoga. Next is the japa, the internal chanting. 8 different internal chantings will be chanted by the participants, the practitioner of yoga, the yogi, as we are practicing the 108 asanas of Prathamingyasakama. The next component is the asana itself, the physical posture, followed by the mudra, the different movements of hand, tongue, eyes to lock and channelize the various energies in the body, the vital life energies, prana in the body. Next is the bandha, sealing the internal channel flows, controlling the flow of vital life energies in the body. Next is the visualization of different objects, gods, goddesses, that will help us embody the authentic experience of yoga. The next component are the karana or the traditional dance movements as described in the scriptures. These components, all the 12 components of yoga together, give us the complete experience which Paramashiva himself wanted us to experience through yoga. So now let us start our practice of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, the authentic yoga. We'll be back very shortly. Please gather with your yoga mats, wearing your traditional yoga attire. Make sure to get your panchpatram, that is your cup filled with water, and the udharni, that's a spoon. Settle down on your yoga mats. We'll be starting very shortly. Please gather back. We'll be back after a very short break. Thank you. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam. Now we'll be starting with the Pratham Vinyasa Krama. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. We'll be invoking the presence of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We'll be invoking the presence of our beloved Guru in our hearts and starting with the Sadguru.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। 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 आचमनम्। ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। संकल्प। ओम ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद पुरुष प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम अस्याम शुभदितो पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। अपौपस्पृश्य।
Please wash your hands and keep your panchapatram, the cup, to the side. We'll be starting with our first asana, Sukhasana. Sit comfortably in a cross-legged position. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands together. Hands on the knees with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. We'll be breathing in Samana Pranayama. As you are breathing, hold your breath for a short duration during exhale and inhale and concentrate on building a fire in the navel region. And visualize the fire going upwards your spine as you continue breathing in Samana Pranayama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas. Engage perineum muscles between the base of your spine and the regenerative organ. Pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva and do the internal chanting Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्।
Parvatasana. Sit cross-legged or sit in Padmasana. Bring your palms together and inhale your arms straight up in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailasa.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्।
Alipavasana. Bring your legs in front with the soles together. Exhale and bring your foreheads to the heels. Lock your hands behind the back in Parashumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्वविधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो कर लिया वो दक्षिण कर सो आम गहावो।
Nagipavasana. Keep your soles together. Bring your elbows on the legs and cup palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize snakes.
पूर्व विधि पर आगाने नीचे वह वीकहोनी बना से लगा ये हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे।
Kokila Asana. With your index and middle finger in Prana Mudra, hold the big toes. Straighten your legs as you inhale, exhale and enter to Padmasana. Bring your elbows down, eyes forward and down. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize bird.
अथान्यदासनं पक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च।
Neti Asana. Stack your ankle and knees, hold your elbows and circle in both directions. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गोड़ाबामा पाद की आश माहिली सोये दक्ष चरण को बारलो तापरी गुल्प समोय वाम पाद को माहिलो बहुरो गुल्प जाना तापरी कोड़ा दच की आश बारली ठान.
Gajasana. Bring your hands and feet on the floor and lift your hips up in an inverted V position. Scoop your nose to the ground. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha, Udyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up. Visualize elephant.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं मूर्धमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय हस्ततलपर्यन्तं नयेतिथं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् गजासनं भवति.
Rikshasana. Stop the motion and alternate heels to the ground. Continue Samana Pranayama. Visualize bear.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Vashyasana. Please stand tall, lift your heels up, balance yourself on the big toes. Bring your index, middle and ring fingers on the heart. Continue Samana Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केशेन पादैकलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् ततोमुखः तव ईशावक्षेयेत् कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Urdhav Janu Karna. Bring your heels together, blade out the tees, your toes outwards. Sit in a half squatting position in Arai Mandi. Bring both palms to the chest level. Lift the right knee towards the chest in a circular motion with the right hand following the foot movement. Return to Arai Mandi. Repeat with the other side. Now moving on to Balalinga Asana. Lift your right knee close to the chest and interlace it with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankri Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुरस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Now hold your heel, the right leg heel, and place it on the hip as you interlace your hands in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टे एतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य तेन पादपीडनमासनं.
Natarajasana. With your right hand, hold the right foot and stretch your left hand forward with the thumb and index finger together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Nataraja, dancing form of Paramashiva.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
We'll repeat Balalinga Asana. Now this time lift the left knee to the chest, interlacing your knee with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankri Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुरस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Bring your left heel resting on the hip region and hold the left foot behind the hip region with the hands interlaced in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टे एतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य तेन पादपीडनमासनं.
Natarajasana. Now hold your left leg, left foot with the left hand from the inside of the foot. Extend the right hand forward with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Nataraja, dancing form of Paramashiva.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Ardharechita Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Heels are together, toes blading outwards. Half squatting position. Now, cross your ankles, bringing the right foot behind with the heel raised. Keep the left hand on the chest and the right hand will be making a pendulum movement. Fingers moving inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Then the right palm is placed on the nose. Uncross the ankles, bring the heels together. Right hand will be making a circular motion with the fingertips pointing to the floor. Skeleton dance. Visualize yourself as if you are made of bones and nothing else and shake your body intensely. Close your eyes and randomly and chaotically shake your body intensely. As you shake your body intensely, continuously maintain the visualization that you are made of bones and nothing else. Please walk back and forth on your yoga mat. Regain your breath. Katachina Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Keep your heels together, toes blading outwards, knees wide in a half squatting position. Cross your wrist above the head with the fingers stretched out. Turn to the right as you open your arms. Come to the center as you bring your wrist crossed over the head and continue the motion repeating to the other side. Tadasana. Stand tall. Keep the heels on the ground. Arms are up. Palms are facing one another. Continue Samana Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Udyana Bandha. Visualize palm tree.
महामुद्राबद्धको नो ताडासनविभेदकान् विना तानं तथा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Uttanasana. As you exhale, bring your arms down, hands by the feet and head close to the knees. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
महामुद्राबद्धको नो ताडासनविभेदकान् विना तानं तथा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Tarakshvasana. From a plank position, tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Rotate your head from side to side. Continue Samana Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji.
गजासनं स्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सर्वकुक्षिं नयेत्तरक्श्वासनं भवति.
Bhujangasana. Fall flat on the floor. Raise your chest and head up using your lower back muscles. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the back of the throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Cobra.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसे कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Shashasana. Bring your heel close to the chest and slightly move your body forward and then switch the legs. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गजासनसंस्थितौ जानुद्वयमागुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Rathasana. Jump and step one foot between the hands as you alternate jumping and switch your feet between the hands. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Virabhadra Asana. Keep your right leg in the front. Step your legs apart and bend the right knee at a 90-degree angle. Keep the left leg straight behind at a 45-degree angle from the ground. Bring your arms overhead and twist your chest facing forward. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally, simply, naturally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Switch your legs, repeating Virabhadra Asana. This time keeping your left leg at the front, bending the left knee at a 90-degree angle. Right leg is behind at a 45-degree angle from the ground. Avoid bending the right leg knee. Bring your arms overhead. Twist your chest facing forward. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Vrikshasana. Bring your right foot resting on the left leg inner thigh. Palms are together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Keep your right foot in front of your hip region. Keep your palms together in front of your heart. Namaskara Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति ह महाबली.
Vrikshasana. Bring your left foot sole on the right leg inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Bring your right foot in front of the hip region, keeping the other leg straight. Keep your palms together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति ह महाबली.
Trikonasana. Step your legs apart. Bring your right hand close to the right foot. Left hand is in the air as you gaze at the left hand in the air. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Repeating Trikonasana. This time keeping the left leg on the ground and the left hand next to the foot on the ground. Keep the right hand in the air as you gaze at the hand in the air. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikutaka Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi in a half squatting position. Bring your palms horizontal facing each other, and alternately thrash the heel to the floor and simultaneously switch the palm position. Angushthasana. Keep your toes on the ground and sit on the heels. Palms are together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe through the nose, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहो गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Bring your fingertips to the floor. Stretch your right leg forward with the toes pointing upwards. Keep your palms open facing forward in Varamudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादं संस्थापित्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the right toes with the right hand and hold the left heel with the left hand. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee while inhaling and exhaling. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादं संस्थापित्वेकपादकं.
Repeating Sarasana. Now this time stretch the left leg forward with the toes pointing upwards. Keep your palms open facing forward in Varamudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संश्रेत तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभिषेचोभयत्र.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the left toes with the left hand and hold the right heel with the right hand. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संश्रेत तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभिषेचोभयत्र.
Brahmajarunkusa Asana. Bring your feet together, knees together, and sit on the heels. Palms are resting on the knees facing upwards. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Tuck your chin to the chest. Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक दल्या की माहली आयुष्मा हेरा शेमिली.
Kapila Asana. Place your knees on the ground separated wide apart. Hands will be on respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila.
उभय पगथली समठहरावे तिनिकी माहली कोर मिलावे फणा पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एड़ी दो जोनी निवैसे.
Bhadra Gorakha Asana. Now gaze at the third eye. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles alone. Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पगथली संपट करे कोरवारली भूपरिधये कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिके वैसे.
Surya Asana. Raise your knees up and separate them wide apart. Spread your fingers wide, forming a lotus with your hands, and raise your palms as you gaze through the palm. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Surya, Sun God.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फणा पानी बैठक पर निठाने गोड़ा जंगा दर करे रहे आड़े बाम इसी विधि कहे.
Manduka Asana. Lower your arms and knees. Relax your toes and sit between the heels. Palms are on the respective knees. Now press your tongue against the upper palate of your mouth. Manduki Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize frog.
पाद तलौ पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानु युग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् मण्डुकासनम्.
Uttana Manduka Asana. Bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. Continue Manduki Mudra, pressing the tongue against the upper palate of the mouth. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize frog.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं गुरुपराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्बेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानं मण्डुकम्.
Simhasana. Cross your right ankle over the left and place the right heel underneath the perineum region. Hands will be on the respective knees. As you exhale, stick your tongue out. Gaze at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सर्वे गुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथैवरं हस्तौ च जानवः संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Bhadrasana. Bring your soles together and sit on the heels. Separate the knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind the back, holding the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Tuck your chin to the chest. Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्य अधो विक्रमेण समाहिताः पादाङ्गुष्ठोकराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Kakabhusandi Asana. Sit in a squatting position. Knees are wide. Now wrap your arms around the knees to lock your fingers behind in Parshumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize crow.
प्रथमे बेसक उकड़ाने दो हाथ पगवीच आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या पर ल्यावे पिष्ट बचे कागजी करवे.
Kanipavasana. Bring your palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Lift your hips up and bring the knees above the elbows. And slightly lift your head as you balance yourself on your hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
आसन गोगुण आशीतुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
Kapali Asana. Bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your head and hands. Bring your knees on the elbows and stretch your legs up. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
शीश शीशा धरती टेके पगदो मिलेवा ऊंचा घुकरे पगदली आकाश दिशि सन्मुख राशे दोवु हाथा की हथेली दोवु पाशे त्या धरती टेको दृष्टिनासा अग्र.
Parshvamayurasana. Bring your palms on the ground, separated shoulder width apart. Keep your knees to the right side of the body. Press your elbow to the knee and hip region and lean forward. Lift your toes up and stretch your legs to the right side. Gaze at the third eye. Now breathe through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way. Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्ड नामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्व नामकं.
Bharaganathasana. Oh, first we'll be repeating Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Keep your palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Knees will be to the left side of the body. Press your elbow to the knee and hip region and lean the body forward. Lift your toes up and stretch your leg to the left side. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way. Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्ड नामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्व नामकं.
Bharaganathasana. From a plank position, bring your right leg over the shoulders and place the right foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way. Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Bharaganatha.
आसन गोगुण पीति जाई.
Repeating Bharaganatha Asana on the other side. Now bring your left leg over the shoulder with the left foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize Lord Bharaganath.
आसन गोगुण पीति जाई.
Unmukha Pitha Asana. From a Gajasana position, press your forearms down. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe in Rechika Pranayama, exhaling in a slow controlled way. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
भून्य सौजानुनि हस्तो चतुष्ट आमुखमुत्थापितांग्री गलकटस्थलमभिरुका.
Vasishthasana. Keep your right hand under the shoulders. Keep the left hand up in the air as you gaze through the palm in the air. Lift the hips. Avoid sagging the hip region. Breathe in Rechika Pranayama. Slow exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुकुटवासिष्ठमरीचः मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनं.
Repeating Vasishthasana. This time keeping the left hand below the shoulders, underneath the shoulders. Raise the right hand up in the air as you gaze at the hand in the air. Keep the hips raised up. Gaze through the right palm in the air. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama with slow controlled exhale. Visualize Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुकुटवासिष्ठमरीचः मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनं.
Anjani Asana. Stretch your legs straight with the toes pointing upwards. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line and sit on upturned palms. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Hanuman.
दो करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले ढेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
Paschimottanasana. Bend forward, keeping your spine straight and hold the toes in Prana Mudra. Continue Rechika. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
जानु परिलाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते.
Ugrasana. Interlace your fingers behind your head and bring your chest forward and head towards the knees. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Kali.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनो गरविदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Marichiyasana. Bring your heel towards the perineum and keep the right knee close to the chest. Wrap your arm around the raised knee and hold the hand behind the back. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं ग्रहं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Mahamudra Asana. Lower the right knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down. Hold the toes. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Engage. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji.
डावा पगेड़े जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण बदलाम बोध बसारे तामे आने काका सीधारे
Marichiyasana. Now this time bring the left knee to the chest and wrap your arms around the raised knee. Hold the hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं ग्रहं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Mahamudra Asana. Lower the left knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down, holding the toes. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं ग्रहं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Bhadrasana. Bring your soles together and heels at the perineum. Hands will be holding the feet by the sides, gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्पौतुवर्षणस्य अदा सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेतपादपार्श्वेतपानिभ्यं दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्
Dwalipavasana. Bring your toes together, separate the heels apart, hands on the knees, gaze at the nose. Tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्वोच्चरपट चौक कक्ष्य सोई वाही विधियो कीजिए सोई यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुलाठ अंतरोराशे
Yoni Asana. Hold the soles of your feet with all 10 fingers. As you lean your whole body forward, bring your elbows on the ground near the shin. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
एडी दो पगतली संपुट करे एडी मेडिकेटिंग की तरह अर्धा हाथ को अंतरराशे लाड पगतलिया उपरदाशे
Midagi Pavasana. Bring your heels together, separate the toes apart. Bring your forehead on the ground near the heels, arms to the side, over the knees, palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji. Midaki Pavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपगतली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे एडा सुमाहिरी कान अगुलदो आतरे लाट धरती लगावे
Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your arms between the thighs and shin with the palms facing upwards. Nose on the ground. Try to touch your throat with the toes. Gaze at the nose. Breathe in Rechika Pranayama. Slow control exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा मेधरे अंगुलाठ अंतरोराशे एडी को ऐसे विधिदाशे
Chinnaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together. Separate the toes apart. Soles facing towards the sky. Keeping back of your fingers and hands on the ground. Bring your elbows on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Breathe in Rechika Pranayama. Slow control exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पगा की एडी दती मगिवा मेड लगावे पगतली माहिली कोर अंगूठा की सदी सूदी जोड़े बारली कोर बना शिल्या राशे
Charpat Choka Asana. Keep your spine straight. Keep your soles together. Hands on the knees. Pressing them down. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुट करे आगा ने का रजार पसारे घोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो घोड़ा परिदाशे
Bhairavasana. Lift your heels off the floor with your toes pointing downwards. Knees are wide and on the ground. Hands by their sides. Engage Bindu Mudra, keeping the thumb and index finger together. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोदितं शनिः जान्वो पार्श्वगतो हस्तो दण्डवत् भैरवासनम्
Samanasana. Keep the right foot on the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्ष्य सिद्धमन्त्रात् साधनादेक पादपरो दत्वा गुह्योन्दल्लिङ्ग वक्त्रके
Apanasana. Bring the right knee over the shoulders, hands on the floor. Extend the left leg in the air. Avoid bending the knees. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमेकं च सन्धिचारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठति दण्डवत्रोः
Samanasana. Hold the left foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama. Slow control exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mulabandha. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रात् साधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुह्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके
Apanasana. Bring the left knee over the shoulders. Hands on the floor. Extend the right leg in the air. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Mulabandha. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धेचारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठति दण्डवत्रोः
Gaumukhasana. Stack your knees, keeping the right knee above. Heels will be by the hip region, both sitting bones on the mat. Fingers interlaced in Parshumudra, resting on the knees. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. This is Sitkari Pranayama. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Visualize cow space.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे वृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं मिथा
Anusuyasana. Remaining in same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Udyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदपनी दे संधि पसारी
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands, interlacing them behind the back in Parshumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
जीमना गोदा की संधि पिरडाबा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सोले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधाराशे
Garudasana. Bring your right knee to the chest, hands on respective knees. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यान दावो पग मोड़ी येडी माहिलो गुल्प मूल द्वार नी चाहिए वैसे जीवनी पगतली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभराशे
Naradasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together, placing them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Sage Narada.
बिष्टी जुबाम पगतली केरी ऊपरी ताशी लगावे फेरी गोड़ा सुधो भनो है जोगी दची पाशती राशे सोगी
Matsyapitakasana. Wrap your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arm around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांग गुष्टंतो गृहीतमस्य पीठकं योनि वामे संपीड्य मेढ्रादपरि दक्षिणं
We'll be repeating Gomukha Asana. Now this time stack your knees, keeping the left knee above. Heels are by the hip region, both sitting bones resting on the mat. Fingers interlaced and resting on the knees in Parshumudra. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. This is Sitkari Pranayama. Continue the Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize cow space.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे वृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं मिथा
Anusuyasana. Remaining in same position, hold that big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Udyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचे उठाने बाहु ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदपनी दे संधि पसारी
Anusuyasana 2. Hold the hands behind the back in Parshumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha.
जीवना गोदा की संधि पिरडाबा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सोले भक्तल्यारो आड़वाई सुधाराशे
Garudasana. Bring your left knee to the chest. Hands will be on the respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
दावो पग मोड़ी येडी माहिलो गुल्प मूल द्वार नी चाहिए वैसे जीवनी पगतली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभराशे
Naradasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together and place them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth and exhale through the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
पिष्टी जुबाम पगतली केरी ऊपरी ताशी लगावे फेरी गोड़ा सुधो भनो है जोगी दची पाशती राशे सोगी
Matsapittakasana. Wrap your lower foot. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतमथ बीटकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्ढप्रदक्षिणम्
Matsyendrasana. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति ततः नमराङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षयानुपरिन्यसेत्
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes, and raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन गोगुण झोलो जाइए
Matsyendrasana. From Kubasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin and release the back hand on the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनाश्रम अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हिन्दाति पुंसाम्
Repeating Matsyendra Asana, switching sides. Keeping one foot on opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति ततः नमराङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षयानुपरिन्यसेत्
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize camel.
आसन गोगुण झोलो जाइए
Matsyendrasana 2. From Kubasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand on the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनाश्रम अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हिन्दाति पुंसाम्
Padmasana. Bring your feet onto the opposite thighs, hands on respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Breathe through the mouth and exhale through the nose as you press your tongue against the back of the teeth. Sithili Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोर्परिच्छेद्यते उभयपादतले यथा
Padmasana 2. Hold the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Press the tongue against the teeth, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Mother Goddess Lakshmi.
उत्थानचरणं कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थो प्रयततः ऊरुमध्ये ततो तानो पानी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ
Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert the arms through the legs and balance yourself on your hands. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Rooster.
पद्मासनं संस्थाप्य नान्मोरोरन्तरे करोनिवेश भूमावासिष्ठे द्व्यमस्तक कुक्कुटासनः
Badakeki Asana. Remaining in Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Keep your palms on the floor, fingers facing you, elbows into the abdomen. Lean the whole body onto the elbows, lifting the knees and head up. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
धरामनष्टभेगाद्वैन तत्कुर्भिर्स्थापितानापि पार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्तितर्के मायुरमेतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते
Mayurasana. From Badakeki Asana, extend the legs behind, floating the feet upwards. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनोत्तमं भूमो निपातः स्तौद्वौ कुर्परोपरि देहकम्
Makarasana. Lay on the floor. Bring the forehead on the ground and interlace the fingers behind the head. Open your legs, toes pointing to side. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यक्षेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसारिमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं दते
Salabhasana. Keep your hands on the ground under the shoulders. Keep the legs together and raise the thigh and feet off the floor. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize your locust.
अध्यासचेते कारयुग्म मोक्ष भूमिवष्टभिकरयो सलाभ्यां पादोच्च शून्ये च विदुश्चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीतं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Ustrasana. Hold onto your feet with your hands and press the heel to the hip region and contract your abs and mouth. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize camel.
अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य कारणमुष्टं च पीतं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Dhanurasana. With your hands holding the respective feet, raise your chest and thighs, bending the body like a bow as you balance yourself on the lower belly. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bow.
प्रसारे पादौ भुजदण्डौ पकड़ौ च पृष्ठे धृत पादयुग्मं कृतधनुस्तुल्यैवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनम्.
Bhagasana. Rise yourself up. Keep your heels outside of the hip region and sit on knees with the toes beneath the perineum region. Rest the palms on respective knees. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहरो जगत करे एक आई से पावन महिला गुल्प जो हो कुलापास्तीला वेसो.
Gohyasana. Hold opposite elbows on the ground and interlace your fingers. Bring your crown off the head on the ground. Hands will be supporting the head. Walk your feet in and press the hip up, aligning the hip over the shoulders. Lift the feet up, calves and thighs are together. Heels are resting on the hip region. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जो ये पुनिह कलाई जाने दो ये पिष्टे अंगुरिया की पुन जानो ऐसे बिले भू ऊपर ठानो.
Shirsasana. Now extend your feet straight up from Gohyasana. Gaze at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधो विदितं हिना दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतो प्रवेशने.
Fodhyasana. In a seated position, with the hands holding the calves, keep your legs up straight. Avoid bending the knees. Bring your thighs close to the chest and head close to the knees. Breathe in Bhastrika Pranayama, rapidly, forcefully inhaling and exhaling through the nose into the chest region. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतो प्रवेशने.
Parigasana. Bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. Keep the legs together at a 45-degree angle from the ground. Pranayama is Bhastrika. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a mace or a club.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसारय नितम्बं भूमौ सृष्टा हस्ताभ्यां कुन्दरं बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिहासनं भवति.
Nakasana. Maintain your legs at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Bring your elbows and palms on the ground or stretch them straight, bringing your palms close to the knees. Breathe in Bhastrika Pranayama, rapidly, forcefully inhaling and exhaling through the nose into the chest region. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize boat.
उत्तानशयनं गुरुभराभ्यां भूमिवष्टभ्यः सोनितमं निधाय शिरोरुजङ्गपादं दण्डवद्धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति.
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight. Reach your hands through the legs, bringing the soles together close to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Continue Bhastrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Rudra.
भगतली संपोटी करे हाथ से उपगोचागी पगा का अंगूठा दो वो ले वो परली कानी तालवे.
Unmukha Pithasana. Lay on your back. Bend your knees. Hands will be holding the shins. Press your hips up, bringing your chest close to the chin. Completely inhale and hold the breath and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ऊर्ध्वे जजानुनी कृता शवित्वर्धं गमदता उता behस्तो तिष्ठेतु पीठोन्मुख नामके.
Shivasana. Stretch out the legs and arms. Keep the palms facing upwards. Channelize the Kundalini Shakti throughout the body in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, making it motionless. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
उत्तानं शयद्भूम शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Stretch your arms and legs out. Stretch the body side to side and rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Bring your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Now, we'll be closing very shortly with the Purna Mantra and offering our gratitude and surrender to our Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. We just went through the morning yoga, Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. We'll be moving further into the lifestyle of Kailasa. Next is Guru Puja. In the modern society, unfortunately, we call it modern society, but surely spiritually very backward. The very concept of Guru is highly misunderstood. People may ask us why we need Guru. With such questions in the minds of people, for people to know that daily, every single day, for thousands of years, Hindus have been offering puja to the Guru in form of the Guru Puja, worship to the Guru. It is shocking for many of us. If it was shocking for the people of other civilizations, the Western civilization, it would make sense. But we Hindus ourselves have forgotten that our lifestyle starts with Guru Puja. Lord Paramashiva has revealed in verse 10 of Guru Gita. Yo Guruha sa Shivaha, Prokta ya Shivaha sa Guru Smritah. He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declare the scriptures, and the truth that Shiva is Guru is reminded in the Smritis. Further, Lord Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, declares, Durlabham Trishu Lokeshu, Takshinushva Vadameham, Guru Brahma Vinay Nanya, Satyam Satyam Varanane. Here, Lord Paramashiva is addressing Mother Goddess Paramashiva Shakti, the primordial, feminine, cosmic goddess, as Devi Parvati, and addressing her as, O lovely face one, listen to my words and trust, for this truth is most rare and unknown to anyone else in the three worlds. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Brahman itself. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. The emphasis is very particular. Lord Paramashiva is saying, Satyam Satyam Varanane. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. Our Hindu scriptures are very precise and very compact. They contain lot of wisdom, knowledge, and science of enlightenment in very few verses. Now, Paramashiva is repeating a word, Satyam Satyam Varanane, which shows it is very intentional. And Lord Paramashiva is emphasizing that this truth, this is really the truth, emphasizing that Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Brahman itself. Further, Lord Paramashiva, in verse 80 of the Guru Gita, also reveals, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam, Brahma Vishnu Shivatmakam, Guroha Parataram Asti Tasmat Sampujatum. Indeed, the Guru is the whole universe. There is nothing higher than the Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. Hindus all over the world worship Bhagwan Paramashiva. Here, Lord Paramashiva himself is guiding us that there is nothing higher than the Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. And that is why we'll move on to our next routine, where we'll offer our prayers and worship to the Guru's feet with the Guru Puja. We'll be back very shortly and continuing with the next routine in the lifestyle of Kailasa, Guru Puja. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty.
Representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We'll now begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please be in a space of restful awareness and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitiladhita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritakatikopi Navasanaha Tadano Dushtaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shishikalam Pradeep Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Ajamya Omatmatatvam Shodayami Swadha Dhyadatvam Shodayami Swadha Shivatatvam Shodayami Swadha Mahamridaya Namaha. Shuklam Bharadaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantayet Prananayam Yam Om Ishanamurdaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavaktara Namaha Om Hum Gaurudaya Namaha Om Him Vamadeushya Namaha Om Hum Sajjodat Murte Namaha Mahamridaya Namaha Om Him Shirsaya Namaha Om Hum Shikha Namaha Om Hem Kavacha Namaha Om Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavaktara Namaha Om Hum Gaurudaya Namaha Om Him Vamadeushya Namaha Om Hum Sajjodat Murte Namaha उमां हृदयाय नमः ह्रीं शिरसे नमः हुं शिखाय नमः ह्रीं कवचाय नमः हुं नेत्रेभ्यो नमः अस्त्राय नमः ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिं तत्पुरुषाक्ताय नमः ओम हुं गुरुदाय नमः ओम हिं वामदेव्याय नमः ओम हम सज्जोजातमूर्ते नमः मां हृदयाय नमः ह्रीं शिरसे नमः हुं शिखाय नमः ह्रीं कवचाय नमः ओम हुं नेत्रेभ्यो नमः अस्त्राय नमः ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये सुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे दशम्यां शुभदितो गुरुवासरयुक्तायाम् आश्लेषा नक्षत्र शुभयोग विष्टिकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितो श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रेयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभगेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानधार ध्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ गत्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक पुनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये। ओम अपौपस्पृश्य कंठानादम्। ओम आगमार्तन्तु देवानां गमनार्तन्तु राक्षसां घण्टानादं करोम यादो देवता आह्वानलाञ्छनं घण्टादेवताभ्यो नमः। ओम हृद्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वगं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहगं मदम्बं च अद्वेष अक्षोभगो तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोपं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। आसनम् ओम सर्वभूतान्तरस्ताय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः स्वागतम्। ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्त शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वा भावो परतिकारणात् शिव उक्तो महातन्त्र मन्त्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात्तनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत् पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथापरं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्तं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापारं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वधा। मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णशुद्धात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वधा। गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारि स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्थानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छिन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयाय ते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। गन्धः ॐ शरीरं तेन जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषट् बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषट् तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्यस्सु मनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं हृदि गृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सबाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं हृदि गृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं निवितं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा. The next offering is Aratrikam. Please be in a meditative space of deep restful awareness and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha as we offer the Deeparadhana.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I've decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I've decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I've decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. one side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature. And this
नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामां कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे
स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय सर्वदेवी स्वरूपाय नित्या सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे नित्य सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या भूति मंगलकारिणे स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान् कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान् कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान् कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side, the homes foreclosure, and the homes are just locked without people. The other side,
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Continuing with the morning show. Now, we'll be looking at the contributions of Hinduism, the history of the Hindu nations, why we need the Hindu nation Kailasa. So far, we went through the lifestyle of Kailasa, the lifestyle of yoga and lifestyle of puja, how Kailasavasis around the world start their day. Now moving on to why we need Kailasa, the need of a Hindu nation, the need of Kailasa. We know Hinduism is the most contributing civilization on the planet Earth. Since ages, Hinduism has contributed substantially to the modern society. Whatever the best of the best that the society enjoys even today, it has its source and origin in Hinduism. Hinduism, as revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, offers to mankind a perfected science for attaining the state, the space, and powers of Paramashiva. Hinduism is an open architecture framework that reveals the core truths of the self, universe, and divine. It empowers every individual to have the freedom to customize their own personalized cost, personalized lifestyle, and personalized spiritual practice as per their needs and disposition. Hinduism has provided as a cradle of the civilization all the major religious thought currents and enlightenment sciences to the world. Not just the wealth of the inner space, but Hinduism has provided material abundance without exploitation. The Hindu economic policy resulted in Bharat and Hindu nations becoming world's wealthiest countries. Prior to invasions, Hindu nations represented more than 1/4 of the global economy. Taking into consideration the other indigenous civilizations that emulated the Hindu economic policy, the Hindu ecosphere contributed almost 60% of the global GDP. Material abundance was the lifestyle of all Hindus, and fundamental needs such as food, education, and healthcare were offered to all citizens free of charge as a basic right. Looking at some of the statistics from Angus Madison, an economist who published a book in 2007, Counters of World Economy. This book reveals a historical graph of the global GDP region wise, giving a clear description about the Hindu GDP, the GDP of Hindu nations, how around the start of this millennia, around 1 CE, the contribution of Hindu nations to the global GDP was more than one third of the global GDP, almost 33%. With time and invasions, this fell down drastically. By the end of the colonial era, around 1950s, this number dropped to a single digit, less than 5%. The contribution of Hinduism to governance is well known. Hinduism established a decentralized republic system of governance that emphasized democratic principles and self rule at the local village level. Those at the governance layer were held accountable to a constitution, a code of universal principles of human rights and proper governance as aligned to Dharma Shastras. The constitution held even the king accountable, and even the king would be tried when it be needed. Technology. Hindu philosophers were the first to discover the binary number system algorithms and the Nyaya system of logic, which was a major influence on George Boole and Charles Babbage, the founders of modern computer science. Hinduism is responsible for the world's first holistic plant-based system of medicine, Ayurveda. Ancient Hindu civilization also had a detailed knowledge of anatomy, embryology, digestion, metabolism, physiology, genetics, immunity, anesthesia, and cosmetic surgery. Hinduism provided yoga, a comprehensive system of physical, mental, and spiritual practices designed to give human beings a superconscious breakthrough. Hindu civilization innovated the modern numeral and decimal system, the concept of zero, arithmetic, trigonometry, algebra, combinatorics, the basic elements of calculus, and calculating the value of pi accurately. Hindu rishis conceived of the atom, the laws of motion, and quantum superposition thousands of years ago, in addition to accurately calculating the speed of light. Hindu civilization developed an elaborate understanding of astronomy, including a heliocentric model for the solar system millennia before Galileo. It also developed a theory of gravity, accurately calculated the Earth's orbit around the Sun, and created precise star and planet charts thousands of years before European astronomers. Hindu civilization built elaborate, highly durable structures that exhibit fractal geometry, well-planned cities with complex drainage systems, and huge rock-cut temples carved from a single stone. Hindu culture recognized 64 traditional arts, including dance, painting, singing, instrumental music, sculpture, and many other forms of expression. Each art form embodied aesthetic beauty while conveying deep spiritual truths and motives. Sanskrit, which has its origin in Hinduism, has a vast vocabulary and adaptable grammar so that words can express any nuance of an idea. Sanskrit possesses technical and philosophical terms unknown in any other language. Modern Indian scholars of Sanskrit note that many of the new concepts of nuclear physics or modern psychology are easy for them to grasp since they correspond directly to familiar notions of Sanskrit terminology. Hindu literature consists of innumerable rich and diverse textual sources that cover all facets of human condition, including the world's largest, longest, and oldest works of epic poetry, the Mahabharata and Ramayana. So we went through some of the contributions of the Hindu civilization to humanity, but probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, but one of the most important contribution of the Hindu civilization are the Hindu people itself, the Hindu lifestyle, which even after colonization, modernization, still exists deep in our DNA, that Hindus even today are some of the most peaceful and most contributing people of the world. Reports of various governments and research organizations have shown that throughout the world, the Hindu community is the most peaceful with the least crime rate. For any given population, the number of people that resort to crime is least amongst Hindus. This pattern is global and has been statistically validated in various countries such as the US, UK, India, etc. Consistently, it is seen that the proportion of Hindu population in prison in all countries is much lesser than the proportion of the total Hindu population in those countries. Hindus are indeed the most peaceful and crime free community in the world, leading even Buddhism in this regard. Terrorism and extremism is also least in the Hindu communities. Let us look at some of the statistics. In the US, the Hindu community has the lowest incarceration rate, and Hindus have the lowest crime rate of all communities in the US. The following graph from pureforum.org, that is Pure Research, demonstrate very clearly that the crime rate in the Hindu community is the least. We can see from the graph, Hindus have the least crime rate. Also, the number of Hindu prisoners in US is constantly decreasing every year. And this rate is the fastest, which is greater than 7%, greatest amongst all communities. So let us understand that not only the crime rate of Hindus is the least, the rate of decline of crime rate in Hindu community is also the highest. That means the peace in Hindu community is the highest. Hinduism also has the least number of extremists and terrorists. On 22nd March 2012, the Pew Research Center carried a 50-state survey of UN prisons. It found that the Hindu community had the least religious extremist ideas amongst all prisoners in the US. We can see from the graph, the Hindus have the least extremist and terrorist mindset as per this research. We can see the Hindus showing only 6% in the graph. 65% to 75% of the US population practices Christianity, and around 66% of the US prison population also adheres to the Christian religion. So we see that the population of the Christian community is proportional to the population of the prison population in US. But let us look at Hinduism, the Hindu community. Although 2% of the US population are Hindus, the population, the prison population of Hindus in US is less than 0.2%. It means crime rate in the Hindu community is 1/10 compared to other communities. Had this not been the case, the population of the prison population of Hindus in the prison would have been close to 2%, but what we see, it is less than 0.2%. Similarly, let us look at some of the statistics in United Kingdom. The Christian community constitute 61% of the total population, the UK population, and accounts for 47% of the prison population. The Hindu population in United Kingdom is 2%, but Hindus constitute only 0.35% of the prison population instead of 2% had it been proportional to their total population. This shows that Hindus have the least crime rate in United Kingdom, and it is 1/4 of the crime rate seen in other communities in the United Kingdom. Now let us look at some of the statistics in India. As per the Indian government National Crime Records Bureau, Hindus committed the least crime and were least likely to be under trials and convicts. Around 80% of the Indian population adheres to the Hindu Dharma, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, but only 12% of the prison population is Hindu. 15% of the Indian population adheres to the religion of Islam, but 18% of the prison population has adherents claiming they follow the religion of Islam. 2.3% of the Indian population follows Christianity, but 23% of the present population claims to follow the religion of Christianity. This shows that the crime rate of the Hindu community in India is almost 1/10 to almost 1/100 of what it is seen in other communities. Clearly, the graph in front of us show how the crime rate in the Hindu community is the least. Hindus have the lowest crime rate and smallest prison population all throughout the world. Hindus are also the least likely to be substance abusers as per UK government statistics. We see in the graph and also in the table alongside, the Hindu community has the least substance abuse records of all communities. Hindus have the highest number of postgraduates. Looking at the statistics in the US, the highest number of postgraduates are from the Hindu community, almost 48%. The Hindu community has the highest higher education rate of all in the US. 96% of the Hindu community in the US have higher education. This is 2.5 times the national average of the US and the highest of any community in the US. These highly educated Hindus become the backbone of the country's economy and social welfare system. Although the Hindu community constitutes only 2% of the US population, it contributes 7% of all the doctors in the US and 16% of the CEOs of all US companies. The Hindu community has the highest average years of formal schooling. This is a fact proven in all countries, whether it be USA, Australia, UK, Canada, Brazil, South Africa. Hindus have the highest average years of formal schooling, which is above the national average. Now, all these highly educated Hindus become part of the respective economies wherever they are, such as the Hindu doctors. In Hinduism, our Hindu Shastras have declared that the service of medicine, the role of a doctor, is to provide service for free. It is considered a noble field and not a field for profit, as per Hindu Shastra, as per Hindu lifestyle. For this reason, in traditional Hindu medical system, all medical services were offered free of charge. Now, even today, after modernization and colonization, even Hindu medical practitioners of contemporary medicine follow the Hindu principles of offering their services at least possible charge or completely free for the needy and yet provide the best services. The attitude of service from Hinduism, that is in Hindu doctors, have made them an international brand. More than 7% of the doctors in USA are Hindus, whereas the Hindu community constitutes merely 2% of the total US population. More than 9% of the doctors in the UK are Hindus, whereas the Hindu community constitutes merely 2% of the total UK population. This shows that Hindu civilization contributes 4 to 5 times higher the number of doctors as compared to other communities. The Hindu civilization offers not just the most number of doctors to the world, it offers the most educated, most philanthropic, and the best doctors to the world. The population of Hindus in the USA is merely 2%, but the Hindu community contributes 16% of the CEOs of the US companies. Some of the well-known companies such as IBM, Google, Microsoft, MasterCard, Nokia, etc. have Hindu CEOs. Hindus are the second highest taxpayers and income group in the USA. The graph and the table alongside clearly demonstrate that the Hindu population has the highest tax paying income group in the US community. Hindus have the least divorce rate of all communities in the USA. we see the divorce rate in Hindu community is the least at 5%. Statistics and data clearly shows that we Hindus have the least crime rate, have the least number of terrorists and extremists, are the most educated, the highest taxpayers, contribute the highest numbers of CEOs to the world, contribute the most educated, highly trained, and most philanthropic doctors to the world, who charge the least amount of money, have the most stable families, and are the happiest people of the world. Hindus do not terrorize. Hindus do not colonize. Hindus do not convert. Hindus only work hard, contribute, and live blissfully. Despite Hindus being the most contributing civilization, Hindus are a persecuted global minority. Hindu holocaust and destruction of Hindu nations have made Hindus orphan. Today, no nation other than Kailasa protects and stands for Hindu interests, Hindu political, religious, and human rights. Now, let us look at the history of other civilizations. Why we need to protect Hinduism? What is so important about our Hindu civilization? So far, we saw how Hinduism has been contributing substantially to the human civilization in all the fields, in religion, in the science of the inner world, in economics, material prosperity, in mathematics, literature, art, music, every field, Hinduism has contributed substantially. Even today, the core principles of Hinduism, which is in the very DNA of every Hindu, makes Hindus some of the most peaceful people of the world. Statistics proves it clearly. Hindus are the most contributing, highest taxpayers, least criminal, most peaceful, happiest families of the world. Now, this is something worth sharing. This is something worth preserving. This is something worth cherishing. Actually, this is something which we need to be really grateful for, and it is our responsibility to protect this and nurture this so that our next generation also continues to cherish and benefit from all the good that is there in Hinduism. If we do not take this responsibility, all the good that Hinduism has to offer to the world will be wiped off. Our future generations will not benefit the same way we Hindus are still benefiting today, despite all the persecution and destruction. If we do not preserve Hinduism in its original form, soon all that we are seeing today, which is good about the Hindu community, such as the least crime rate, most peaceful community, most contributing community, these elements will cease to exist in the future world. And we might face several crises. And there is a historical record to show that it is not just a mere thought. The history of human civilization shows that there were several civilizations, several advanced civilizations that made temples, architectures, empires, monuments, new languages, could read and write, make weapons, perform worship, demonstrate higher skills. 10 such advanced civilizations has been identified by the historians and modern scientific community. Unfortunately, all these civilizations, no matter how great they were once upon a time, are wiped off today. Take, for example, the Egyptian civilization, which ruled around 3000 BCE, ceases to exist today, and what we see today are only relics and museum pieces. The Mesopotamian civilization, which existed around 6500 BC, almost for 6000 years, this civilization is also dead. The Jiahu civilization, which existed around 7000 years ago, is also dead. The Mayan civilization, which is known as one of the most complex, sophisticated civilization, which could accurately find the movements of the stars and planets and made a solar calendar carved on the stone, which is accurate even to date. also ceases to exist, this civilization is also dead. Similarly, the Greek and Roman civilization, which gave birth to the modern, contemporary Western civilization, is also dead. However, the most stable, the most contributing, still contributing, and peaceful community which is still alive, the most ancient civilization is the Hindu civilization, which is continuing since more than 10,000 years. If we do not protect this, it will be wiped off like any other civilization which we just saw. We just saw how Hinduism is contributing in such magnanimous way throughout the 10,000 years of human history and is still contributing. We Hindus do not convert. We Hindus do not terrorize. We Hindus do not colonize. Hinduism has only taught us to contribute selflessly without any hidden agenda. And no wonder people in various crises, compelled to escape their war-torn countries and religious or political persecution in their respective countries of birth, have found place in Hindu nations. In one such example, on 29th January 2019, as the United Nations observed the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the president of B'nai B'rith International, a Jewish organization which represents the Jewish community, the president of B'nai B'rith International, Charles Kaufman, said that the Hindu people have lived up to the tradition of a nation of righteousness when thousands of Jews found safety and were welcomed when they fled the Holocaust in Europe during the Second World War. Despite this, despite all our contributions and being some of the most righteous people on the planet Earth, Hindus are among the most persecuted indigenous people on planet Earth. And history is clearly revealing that. Around 3200 BCE, there were 56 Hindu nations that spanned over 6 million kilometers square of Asia and protected the civil, political, religious, and human rights of over 10,000 indigenous minority communities, respecting each person without discrimination as not just an equal human being, but also as a divine manifestation of God. Just as revealed in the Hindu scriptures of Kulavarna Tantra, whether a woman or a man, an inurban person, or a person who is reborn, Duja, through education and initiation, there is absolutely no discriminatory comparison. Everyone here is considered divine like Shiva, the primordial Hindu divinity. The Hindu nations, the 56 Hindu nations, did not just protect the human rights, it gave divine rights to every human being, recognizing the Paramashivatva, the divinity of every human being. Around 3200 BCE, 56 Hindu nations spanned over 6 million kilometers square of South Asian subcontinent, extending all the way from a small village in Iran, which is called Parshu today, which still exists in Iran, from the city or town of Parshu in the far west, all the way up until the north tip of Australia in the far southeast, up towards the north from Kazakhstan up until the end of Sri Lanka. Throughout such a vast landmass, 56 Hindu nations existed and enriched and contributed so much to the world. By 2007, all these nations ceased to exist on planet Earth. The total area of the Hindu ecosystem has been reduced to 0 million kilometers square. This is the story of how the most contributing civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, although we call Sanatana Hindu Dharma as eternal religion, Sanatana means without a beginning or an end, eternal. Yes, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is eternal, but it can be wiped from the geography. And this is what has happened. And this is the reason why we need Kailasa, the Hindu nation, to protect Hinduism from becoming extinct and becoming a relic in the museum, like any of the civilizations we saw, such as the Egyptian civilization, the Mesopotamian civilization, the Jiao, Mayan, or the Greek or Roman civilization. If we want to protect Hinduism for our future generations, we need the Hindu nation Kailasa. Looking across the different nations around the world which were once Hindus, such as Gandhara, which is present-day Afghanistan, was once a Hindu nation, is no more a Hindu nation. Lanka, which was once a Hindu nation, today has less than 10% Hindu population. Indonesia and Malaysia, which was once part of the Hindu nation of Srivijaya Empire, today is no more a Hindu nation. Nepal, by 2007, ceased to be a Hindu nation as it adopted a secular constitution. Pakistan, which was once a part of Mauryan Empire and Kushan Empire, which was at the epicenter of Mahabharata, where the Kuru clan lived, now by 1998 has less than 2% of Hindu population. Similarly, in Bangladesh, once a part of Kashi Kingdom and Magadha, today has less than 8% of Hindu population. Similar is the story of the genocide of Hindus in Kashmir. There are some 30 countries around the world, which means 30 countries around the world which claim to be Christian countries, which means their constitution officially declares Hindu religion, declares the religion of Christianity as their official state religion. Similarly, some 40 countries declare Islam as their official state religion. 2 countries, Bhutan and Cambodia, declare Buddhism as their state religion. However, there is no country on planet Earth which declares Hinduism as its state religion other than Kailasa. All religious minorities around the world are protected by the international community during any crisis. However, there is no such voice for Hindus in the world other than Kailasa. Whenever religious minorities are persecuted in any corner of the world, leaders of several countries stand together to protect their various communities. No nation other than Kailasa today stands for the Hindu community. On 3rd December 2021, Kailasa as a nation represented 2 billion Hindus of planet Earth and brought to the international arena matters which are important for Hindu interests, such as the attacks and destruction of Hindu temples such as Sabrimala by anti-Hindu Hindu music elements, the genocide of Hindus in Kashmir, mob lynching of Hindus such as in Palghar. No other nation than Kailasa stands for Hindus and brings matters important for Hindus to the international arena. We need to support Kailasa, the most contributing civilization on planet Earth, Hinduism. To support Kailasa, the only Hindu nation on planet Earth, become part of Kailasa by applying for a free e-passport. Please note the link gov.srikailasa.org/e-passport. Now, we'll be moving on to our next segment. We'll be back after a very short break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty.
Nithyananda, welcome back. We just went through a brief history of Hinduism, how Hinduism has been contributing so much to the world. Now, in this segment, we are having a very special guest with us, Arunendra Chaturvedi Ayya. Thank you for joining
Nithyanandam,
us.
thank you.
So in this segment, our guests will be sharing some of their experiences about how the lifestyle of Hinduism, the authentic lifestyle of Hinduism has changed their life. So Arunendra Ayya, please go ahead and introduce yourself to our participants. Ayya.
Thank you, Maharaji. So, my name is Arunendra Chaturvedi, and I've been following Swamiji from last 5-6 years. And then I was mostly watching their YouTube videos, and I was inspired a lot. and I mean, a lot of my struggles, started melting away when I started, imbibing these truths, great truths, which Swamiji has been sharing on YouTube and various channels. And I'm a science student. I'm working in an IT organization. I had a very, scientific way of approaching things. And even though I'm a born Hindu, and I've been a practicing Hindu, but I was never connected to these Hindu concepts of, doing regular puja and all those things. But it was Swamiji who gave me clarity, on every aspect. So what we are doing, why we are doing, and what are the scientific, justification, explanations, all those things, the cosmic science, the quantum science. I've been reading quantum, before, before knowing Swamiji, and I was, shocked to see Swamiji references about quantum and all those things, getting well connected with Swamiji teachings. So I was very much inspired, and I mean, before knowing Swamiji, if somebody would have asked why you are doing puja or why you are doing different rituals that we do in Hinduism, I never had an answer. It's just that my family follows it, and I'm doing it. And if somebody is making fun of it, why you are doing it, I never had any answer. I thought just. But once I started knowing Swamiji and in his teaching, now today I'm very confident Hindu that yes, there's a good amount of reasons, there's a good amount of scientific justification, explanation it carries in behind every rituals and every thing that we do in Hinduism. So that was the starting point, and I was always looking for these things, these reasons, these justifications, these scientific explanations, and my thirst was completed when I found Swamiji, and I started following Swamiji last 4 5 years. And then I did a regular program that was a Paramashivoham level 3 in March, and that was a major transformation point I found. I mean, that changed my life a lot, and the initiations that he gave me, and I mean, it was amazing. I mean, I think the first immediate thing that transformed me by was my stomach issue. I had this stomach issue since my childhood, and this has come from my mother. It was genetic issue, and my mother is still having this stomach issue from last 20 30 years. I had this IBS since my childhood, and I did all kind of medication and everything, but it never helped. But in March, when I took initiation from Swamiji, and today is October, last 6 months, I never had any stomach issue last 6 months. And trust me, I've not been doing any kind of other stuff to resolve it. It's just that after his initiation, it was resolved. My energy level has improved a lot. My confidence has come. Lethargy, procrastination, it's gone. I mean, we work on an IT environment. There's a lot of stress there, and I feel after this Param show, after knowing Swamiji, I don't think
Yes.
so. It's a cakewalk for me now.
So, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but as you were sharing, you are having, if I'm not wrong, this stomach issue for more than 2 decades or more. Is it? Is it like since your birth?
Yes, since my birth only. I mean, I'm 38, 39, whatever my age is, and as far as I remember, 10, 12, or 15 years of age, I was having this stomach issue. It was very difficult. If I eat something very heavy, it won't, digest, and then I will have headache, acidity, all those things. I, I mean, I've been to many doctors. I've been to many, medical experts, but it was all a temporary relief. As soon as I was on medication, I had the relief, but as soon as medication gone, I started having other complications. Yeah.
So basically, modern medicine was never able to help you. And
Right.
just one initiation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Swamiji, your problems seems to be have been solved. I'm
Right.
sure many people around you must have been completely shocked. Could you share some of such experiences?
Sure, yeah. My wife was shocked. I mean, she was really worried that what is happening to me. She's making all homemade food, everything is well hygiene and all those. I mean, I left this eating outside and eating this, the other stuff because of my stomach issue. And even though doing all kind of these, practices, I had these stomach problems, almost on and off, on and off. Every once or twice in a week, I had to, I mean, acidity and all those things. So, I was big follower of Swamiji, and she said, "Why don't you ask Swamiji to, heal your stomach and all that?" And then I was thinking, yes, okay, it's too small thing to ask, but let me ask Swamiji, and I asked blessing from him on March PSM. Swamiji, I want with this stomach issue to be hot, solved or to be healed. And she's really shocked. I mean, she till now she says very clearly that yes, I know you have been doing all things, but your stomach issue was solved after Paramashivoham only. Yeah. So that was big miracle. In fact, big miracle. And I started getting frustrated a lot because even if you do all kind of exercises and you do all kind of food related things. I mean, you don't eat heavy things, you don't eat milk, if filled dairy items, and even if I was not eating anything, but then it was not also helping me. But after Swamiji initiation, it was like I can feel it. I can, I'm able to digest whatever I want to eat. So yeah.
That's really amazing, Aya. So,
Yeah.
could you please share your other experiences of Paramashivoham?
Paramshivam, apart from this, Balaji, I see a lot of energy has come. I mean, earlier I had a mental, even though Swamiji was telling, have been telling that sleep requirement depends on, individual to individual. But I had a deep pattern that less than 8 hours is not going to work. I mean, even if I've slept 7 hours, I need to find out 1 hour in a day, to complete my 8 hours quota. But after this Param Shivam, I think 3-4 hours are sufficient. I mean, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, even on some day if I sleep 6-7 hours, I have a feeling that okay, I've overslept. I mean, 4 hours, 5 hours maximum, and I'm very. It's not that I'm stretching myself for 4-5 hours. 4-5 hours are giving me enough kind of sleep for me, enough rest, and this has never happened. I mean, I've been the people who knows me just since my childhood, they know that I'll tell you the story. I mean, I started working on a call center, so where I used to work on night shift, and then when I used to come to morning after my work, I used to sleep 24 hours a day. I mean, on those Saturday or Sunday, I used to sleep 20 hours. So all of my colleagues and childhood friends knows that I'm a big sleeper, guy. I used to love sleeping a lot, and I used to sleep 12, 15 hours a day. And they now when they see me that 4 hours sleep is good for me, and I'm very happily doing it with it, they're shocked. I mean, how can you do that? I mean, even they are struggling to reduce their sleep. Now so that was another major one of the biggest. I mean, for me it's one of the, for other people it may not be a big issue, but for me, it was a biggest issue of my life, that I was never, feeling that I have slept properly. So that another thing. And then also talking about the clarity which has come. So I was always confused. I was always, what I'm doing, why I'm doing, and what needs to be done, and what I need to achieve in my life. I see a lot of realignment has happened in terms of my thought process. And I see, Swamiji says you don't need to work from intellect, you need to work from the intelligence. I see a lot of intelligence has come. When I'm talking to my colleagues, or I'm talking to, different people, and doing my daily work, I see, end-to-end picture, just appearing in front of me. What is the overall context? And I can really work smartly on that. I don't need to, bother about a lot of things. And then this is also a significant thing that has happened, and which has given me a lot of peace inside. There's a restlessness always, people carry, when I used to carry. Now it's still there, but comparatively, I mean, a lot of restlessness has gone. So before Param Shivam, I attended a lot of thoughts going on, like this will happen, that will happen, anything might go wrong, and all those things. And at the end of the day, I'm doing nothing. But after Paramshivam, my productivity has improved. I'm able to, my concentration has improved, my energy has improved, my thought clarity has come, and I simply see life happening. I mean, it's something which is, sometimes I feel I'm not doing anything. I'm just, enjoying. I mean, I'm in full luxury. So, you know, so
Yes.
this is something mind blowing for me, Maharaji.
Yes, so yeah, that's a very beautiful sharing, and I think it is a very common experience for most of the participants, graduates of Inner Awakening and Paramashivoham, that everybody's sleep requirement reduces drastically, and they are able to be happier, more blissful, more energetic, despite lesser sleep, just because of the initiations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I think this is one of the most common benefits that each and everybody enjoys. I think this is one of the biggest underrated, I should say, contributions of Hinduism. No wonder that we Hindus throughout the millennia were so productive, because we could sleep less and yet work more happily and blissfully.
Right.
Sometimes we think and we take these small things for granted, but when we get it back, we feel so happy. To get your sleep back after many decades, to feel fulfilled with a very short duration of sleep and be active with a clarity and peace in mind, that is something which all of us really look forward to. And I'm sure the modern man in the modern lifestyle really needs it. So, what do you think? What would be your message to the modern man watching this show, who is going through all these man made sufferings, such as the diseases or lethargic lifestyle, tension, worry, and other problems, body problems, mental problems, psychological problems? What would be your message to the modern man going through such suffering, which is not even required? Could you please give a message to our viewers on that regard?
I think message is very clear, Maharaji. And all of us, especially the modern youth, and who are, struggling a lot. And I see many of my colleagues, in late 30s or probably early 40s, they are struggling with health issues, depression, stress, a lot of challenges in their life. I mean, and I was shocked. One of my friends recently, he had a minor heart attack. I mean, it's a 36 or 37 years of age, right? And then, in spite of doing every, have latest modern, technologies which detects all kind of tests, everything is there in place. We are in the, 21st century. We are having everything on our fingertip, all tests done, everything. But the kind of stress people are living with, the kind of challenges people are living with, and as Swamiji says, Hinduism has solution for all the problem. And Hinduism, which is one of the largest, oldest, surviving civilization, it has solution to everything. And I am very confidently, I'm telling you, I'm working in IT organization, and I've tried everything, which I had access to everything, all modern, books, all it's a a modern technology. You have all the access to all the doctors, sitting in one place. And I've tried everything. I mean, my father died 3-4 years back, and he was suffering from a neurological disorder. And I run from pillar to post. I'm telling you, that time I was not aware of the science which Swamiji has been telling in 2018, 2016. So the message, if I want to tell you, is we need to, embrace Hinduism. We need to relook into that, and follow Swamiji. And Swamiji is the one who, because if you start, looking at Hinduism and from different, different sources, you will, you'll be lost. So Swamiji is one shop stop where you will get everything, and where you will know everything from Hinduism, authentic Hinduism, if you want to know what it is. And I'm telling you, I can, bet on this. It will change your life. It has solution to all the problems that youth like me are facing today. And it will not only solve your problem, it will bring you on fast pace. Life will be, life is to enjoy, life is to celebrate, and life is to move forward. Life is blissful. peaceful. Life is, full of fun. So that is something, the lifestyle, the what you say, what the challenge is. It's society challenge, personal problems, any problem. Hinduism has the solution, and only thing is one honestly has to look into this and just, know about it. That's all. I mean, I can say, yeah.
Thank you so much, Aya. So, quickly summarizing my sharing, my realization from what Arunendra Aya just shared with all our viewers. Hinduism has every solution for every problem that the modern human can face. Any problem which it faces or it can face in the near future. We are the oldest, most contributing, most advanced civilization, the only enlightened civilization on the planet Earth, and we have solution for everything. That is one. Second thing is, we need to look at the authentic Hindu source. We need to look and go to the original source to get the best of Hinduism, to really benefit from what our ancestors, our incarnation, our enlightened masters wanted to provide the human civilization with. To get to the best, we need to go to the original authentic source. And that is none other than the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We need to go to the Guru, the incarnation of Paramashiva in form of Swamiji. This is the second thing. And third thing, Paramashivoham is the one-stop solution where you get all the best of Hinduism made accessible, easy for you, as per your needs, as per your requirements, in one single solution. So this is what would be my takeaway, and I feel Arunendra Aya could share finally and wrap up his sharing with us today with any final comments. What do you think, Aya?
Balaji, I think you summarized it well. So that is the only message. If you want to today, if you want to live long, if you want to live happily, the only solution is, and I don't think so you have any other solution. Also, the world does not have any other solution. Okay, and they need to follow Hinduism. They need to they need to relook into that, and they Swamiji can help you. I mean, Swamiji is something who has my sincere devotion to him, and I think that's the final message. Listen to him and just surrender yourself to him. He'll take care of all of your problems, Maharaji. Yeah. You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Aya. Thank you for coming
Thank you.
for today's show.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Now we'll be moving on with our next segment. A very important announcement: Paramashivoham Level 3, which started on 6th October and will be going until 26th October. As Arunendra Aya was sharing, how Paramashivoham, the Paramashivoham Level 3, which started on March, how it benefited him greatly and cured his disease, which he was going through since more than several decades. All of our viewers who are interested to register for upcoming Paramashivoham programs can visit our website kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register for the next Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness new. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, power manifestation. With this, we come to the end of this segment on an introduction to Paramashivoham. Now, we'll be moving on to our next segment, welcoming our beloved Guru, Swamiji, in the upcoming Alive Satsang. So, let us please sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and our hands together in front of our heart in Atmanjali Mudra, and let us chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivam to receive our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessing. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Will persistence is the only qualification you need for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Will persistence. Understand? I was just sitting and meditating. Why some people get only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some people get Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? Because Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is higher than what you understand as Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is highest Samadhi your consciousness can achieve. That is enough for enlightenment and to reach Mahakailasa, everything. But Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is something like that. Nirvikalpa Samadhi filling your whole body, even physical body, and the physical body entering into the consciousness of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and raising to the Mahakailasa's frequency with the body. So naturally, I should say that Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is like a going more than Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen. Many people achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be satisfied with it. That is like tamarind fruit. The inside that fruit is ripe and it naturally gets detached from the shell. So after that, what happens to shell does not touch you. What happens to the shell does not touch the fruit. Same way, once your consciousness is ripe, what happens to the body does not touch you. Many people come and tell me why great beings like Ramana Maharishi, Ramakrishna, Ram Surat Kumar all had cancer. Listen, they did not have cancer. They did not leave the body due to cancer. After they left the body, cancer took it. They decided to leave the body. So something has to happen to the physical body to go back to the earth. So cancer took it back to earth. So be very clear. Listen. You need to elaborately understand this Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your consciousness ripening. Navaganda Samadhi is even your body. Along with your consciousness raising to the higher worlds, higher time zones, higher energy fields. People who mastered Navaganda Samadhi only go to the higher worlds and bring the great gifts from the higher worlds and share it with us all, with the human level. So Navaganda Samadhi is something furthering of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, yesterday I was sitting in Samadhi, wanted answer for this question. to share with you all why some people achieve only Nirvikalpa Samadhi, why some go up to Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. What is the ingredient, unique, real principal ingredient for the alchemy of Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? Understand? Unique principle, primordial, or I should say that true, right, source reason for someone to travel to Navaganda Samadhi. How Paramashiva decides to give Navaganda Samadhi to some people, why he gives Navaganda Samadhi to some people. I saw clearly, the Paramashiva revealed the reason clearly. It is sheer will persistence. You may ask, oh, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, naturally your will dissolves. Then how can you have a will persistence? Listen, will dissolves into Paramashiva's will does not mean your will disappears. Fish may be inside the ocean, but it gets the right to swim on the top or the bottom. It can go to the depth of the ocean or it can just swim on the shallow waters. The freedom exists even in Navaganda, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This may be new information for you, but that's the truth. Decision who moves towards Navaganda Samadhi is basically done by Paramashiva based on the will persistence of the individual. Listen carefully. For any normal human being, Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself is enough. But if you want to be a teacher, guru, an incarnation, to bring great things from vertical time zone, higher worlds, and share it with the world, then you need Navaganda Samadhi. Then naturally you need Navaganda Samadhi. So understand, you may ask why masters like Vadalur Vallalar, Ramalinga Swami took the body. He just used the Navaganda Samadhi and made the Divya Sarira and left. He just took the body and left to the higher worlds, Kailasa. But masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna left the body here and went. Please be very clear. Never ever compare these great beings with your pea brain or rat brain, peanut sized brain. No, don't do that mess. Maybe Ramana Maharshi thought leaving his body here in the planet Earth will continue to help millions of seekers. I tell you, just Ramana Maharshi's body alone is such a powerful Jnanagarbha, including me. Same way Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, by leaving his body and especially making it burnt, he gave the asti which is installed now in hundreds of places all over the world. So each one of them have their own reason. You understand now the science of Navaganta Samadhi. Fundamental qualification is will persistence. Listen. Shiva, Paramashiva tests only your will persistence. He doesn't see any other qualification. You can't earn these great samadhis by your own qualification. He only sees, if I give, will this guy be able to receive and live it? That's all he sees. He doesn't see any other quality. He tests your devotion. That's all, nothing else. Devotion means will persistence. That's all, nothing else. Somebody is putting the message here that seeing you being a guru and troubled by people all around, she doesn't want to be a guru. K.R. Pratibha Suryavansh. She just wants liberation once and for all. What a stupid mentality. If you really feel I am troubled by people, You should see how you can stand with me and solve the issue, keep the planet Earth right ecosystem for more gurus to happen. What a selfish, cheap persons you Hindus have become. You guys are so selfish. You think, let me get liberation somehow. And I don't need to care about keeping the ecosystem for more gurus to happen on the planet Earth. So you plan to lose your next generation. Unless you drop this mind, you will not get even Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is absolute extreme cunningly strategizing even with Paramashiva. All of you understand. If you really feel I am troubled, you should decide to stand for me to keep the ecosystem of more gurus to come to planet Earth. Even in that situation, if you are thinking so selfishly, forget even about Nirvikalpa Samadhi. What? Navaganda Samadhi. Today, just before my session, some of the devotees were sharing their experience. I think Kailasa was talking. He was telling that he went to India and people were Tamil Nadu and people were telling in Tamil Nadu that Swamiji is gone and he is dead. Immediately he was worried about, who will then teach all these great sciences to human beings? And he was so proudly telling that he was feeling sad and missing me, and he was worried about who will teach all these great science to the world. As if when I am alive, you guys come and stood with me and fought for me. You are doing your life. I am just utility value for you. And even when we heard, as a rumor, somebody telling that Swamiji is gone and he is not there, he did not feel like, let me go to the ashram and see. First, confirm the news. Second, ask whether they need any help. Without Swamiji, how are they going to survive? How is that ecosystem which Swamiji left is going to be alive? He did not bother about all that. But one good thing, I have brought my Shiva Bhuta, Shiva Ganas from Kailasa to make my ecosystem. I am not dependent on you guys. But if you guys were having the right attitude, you will receive more. I'm just looking around and seeing what funny attitude people have. And how casually people utter the word which they really don't mean. Somebody was asking, is Navaganta Samadhi painful? No. Navaganta Samadhi is not painful. But going through the Navaganta Samadhi and bringing so many great things from Mahakailasa and giving it to all these people who are so cheap and selfish is painful. See, why anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-Misia forces, why are they attacking me? So that seeing me, nobody else will become a Hindu guru. Nobody else will start practicing or preaching Hinduism. That is exactly this woman is falling for. This one putting the message, who puts the message, oh, seeing you being tortured, I don't want to be guru anymore. Just liberate. This is exactly the trap they were laying and she is falling for it. I am making it very clear. Only those who are ready to sacrifice anything to keep the ecosystem, Hindu ecosystem alive on the planet Earth, will receive Nirvikalpa Samadhi or any Samadhi, higher enlightenment experience or the great powers of Paramashiva, everything. All selfish gang, you guys will get money. You guys will get only all the low, cheap things, silly things. Have money, have health, maybe little relationship, little good life. Just get lost with that. Don't expect Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Don't expect Navaganta Samadhi. Great things like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganta Samadhi are all for the spiritual warriors, people who are ready to sacrifice anything for spirituality. My disciples, listen, all my disciples, you will all be ready to sacrifice anything to keep the Hindu ecosystem, Kailasa ecosystem alive on the planet Earth. It is because of my ultimate tyaga, I am reviving with the grace of Paramashiva, this whole Kailasa ecosystem, for you all to enjoy it, experience it. That is why Paramashiva tests your ability to will persistence. Your will persistence is tested by Paramashiva. Kirti Punekar is messaging, I agree with you, Swamiji, with deep gratitude. Hold me anyhow. No. Holding me is your responsibility. I will only test your will persistence. I'll give everything. Paramashiva has ultimate things, gifts of Kailasa. If you hold on, if you held intensely, if you are continuously holding, but holding me itself is your responsibility. Don't think I will hold you. No. Not only I will not hold you, when you are holding, I will test your capacity to hold me, your capacity to be with me. I will only test it. Be very clear. Navaganda Yoga Samadhi can happen in you just by breathing along with me in same rhythm, same tune. Nothing more is needed. Sit with me, breathe in the same rhythm, same tune, same mode. The vibrations I am creating while I am inhaling and exhaling, it can just penetrate your inhaling and exhaling. Go and sit inside your consciousness and manifest as Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't need any other qualification other than your will persistence. That is why your will persistence is thoroughly tested. By your own effort, you can't get it. It has to be only given from guru to disciple, because I myself got it from my gurus. I did not make it on my own. Human beings can't make it on their own. It is that kind of a highest frequency, wavelength experience. It can only be given from the higher dimensions. Means from guru to disciple, you can never make it on your own. So the only qualification is will persistence. With will persistence, let me define will persistence. Will persistence means your decision of wanting to have Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi at any cost. What happens, when you consciously decide to have that kind of a will persistence, your breathing pattern itself changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just your lifestyle externally, even your internal breathing pattern changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just thinking pattern, breathing pattern, your digestion pattern, your fire agni inside. Everything changes. See, Guru gives Mahavakya only 9 times he utters. If you go to Svetaswara Upanishad and read, all of you Google and read. Tattvamasi Svetageto Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Only 9 times he utters totally. The Guru utters the word Tattvamasi only 9 times. Disciple achieved Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Why? Because the disciple had that kind of a will persistence. Holy Za Zinham is writing, my will persistence is for you to physically touch my third eye. Yes. Holy Za Zinham. It can happen. Just take sannyas and prove your will persistence. One day you will be called to Mahakailasa. Not only third eye, I'll touch all your chakras. You will experience awakening Kundalini Shakti. It is possible. Understand. Fundamentally, you do not need any other qualification other than will persistence. It is just will persistence all you need. I was looking into this whole Navaganda Yoga Samadhi because I wanted to give you guys the manual. I just wanted to deliver it like a manual. Do this, you will have Navaganda Samadhi. The first thing Paramashiva revealed is will persistence. There's a beautiful story. One Nayanar, Ilayangudimara Nayanar, he took the oath to Paramashiva that anyone with Tirumula Varkavedam, with your Sarubhya, Swarupa, I will consider them as you and give Anna, means Naivedya, food, and serve. This is my life. He took this as his lifetime spiritual practice. Naturally, Paramashiva wants to test his will persistence. He went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you, anyone does Annadan, I give 100% guarantee, you will be showered with wealth. I am telling you, from my, not just my personal experience, I have seen thousands and thousands of evidences. You start doing Annadan in your temple will flourish like anything. You start doing Annadan even in your own house. Any guest comes, any Shiva devotee, any devotee comes, any guest comes, start giving them food, you will see how your life flourishes, showered with wealth. But strangely, Paramashiva depletes his wealth just to test his will persistence. Finally, it reached a state where he did not have anything in the house. That night, even he did not have food for himself or his wife. Everything is lost. And nobody is even ready to give any loan or debt because the whole town he has borrowed and spent on feeding Shiva's devotees. As Shiva Swarupa, that night Paramashiva comes, heavy rain. He made sure the situation, the whole atmosphere is perfect to test the will persistence. Heavy rain. Paramashiva comes as an old sannyasi and says, Bhagavati Bhikshandehi. This Nayanar, the great devotee, just jumped out of his bed. I should say out of his sleep. He was almost fainted due to hunger and dehydration. He just jumped out. And said, Oh Bhagavan, please come, sit. I will arrange something for you to eat. Just please sit. He rushes to the wife and asks, Is there anything? Wife is another extreme devotee. She is such a strength and support for him. If somebody else means they would have killed him first. You fellow, neither you had food nor I had food, and you are coming and asking me now, where is the food for this sadhu? She says, no, nothing is in the house. He asks, what shall we do? She says, I give you one idea. Today, we sowed the seed in our land, small land we have, the remaining. Due to this rain, all that seed will be floating. You go and collect that paddy and bring. I'll cook that and give. We can feed him. He runs. You guys understand, in the rain, all the seed, rice, the paddy they sow, I don't know the English word, seed nell, they have sown, it will naturally float during the heavy rains. The moment he got the idea from the wife, he runs, collects all that and brings it in a basket. She cleans that and removes that covering and gets the rice out of it, cooks, and everything is ready. They go out and look for that sadhu who came. He was not there. Both of them start crying. Oh Bhagavan, because we got little delayed. You went away. Please forgive Mahadeva. When they were crying, Bhagavan Mahadeva Paramashiva appeared. Even to narrate this story, I have so much goosebump. Because I can see the whole situation right now. Paramashiva appeared and gave him Kailasa. Not just Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganda Samadhi. He took both of them, husband and wife, with body to Kailasa. He just airlifted them. They did not leave the body back. They have not done any great unclutching, power manifesting spiritual practice in their life. Just will persistence. Anyone I see in your form who wears Bhasma and Rudraksha, Tirumula Varkaveda, good or bad, I don't care. I am going to feed them as you. That will persistence, Paramashiva tested. When they succeeded in that will persistence, not only he gave them Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he gave them Navaganda Samadhi and Divya Sarira. Straight he took them to Kailasa, Kailasa. And he came along with wife. See, he is from the Saiva community, the community in which I was born and brought up. And in that community, there is a tradition. If a male goes and invites the family for marriage, only the male from that house will come. If a female goes and invites, only the female from that house will come. Only if the husband and wife both go and invite, both will come. That is the family tradition. So if you want, see, if you are like a related, listen carefully. You need to understand the cultural background. In a Saiva family, wife, when she wants to invite their family people, she wants only the female members of their family to come, her family to come. Only she will go alone and invite them. If she wants the whole family, husband and wife both should come. Husband and wife both should go and invite, and only then the other side, husband and wife both will come for the function. Here, because husband and wife both need to be taken to Kailasa, both Paramashiva and Parvati, both of them come. Samba Parameshwara, Sa Amba Parameshwara, Amba Sameda Parameshwara is coming. He came and received them and took them. See, each of these Nayanmar's history, the way they had liberation, the minute details are recorded. Minute details recorded. If you read them, you will understand the whole science of Kailasa culture. If the wife was not supporting for Ilayangudi Maranar, he withstood even the harassments of the wife and continued to succeed. Paramashiva would have come alone and taken him, that's all. But both of them were so strong. In their will persistence, Paramashiva came with Devi and took both of them to Kailasa. Somebody, Q alchemist, is messaging, please bring me to Kailasa, Swamiji, please teleport me. First put your original photo and your original name, reveal your original identity, then ask for the boons. Social media team, please remove all those who have not put their original photo and original name from the YouTube membership. Listen. Hiranmayi is asking Swamiji where to get Nayanmar stories. You can just Google 63 Nayanmars. You will get the whole lot of material, lot of versions of stories will appear. If you want to precisely read, there is a book called Periya Puranam by Ramakrishna Math. In English, I'll recommend that book is the best book in English. In Tamil, there are hundreds of beautiful commentaries. Periya Puranam is a book written by Sekkilar. In English, Ramakrishna Math has published a very beautiful translation, very authentic translation. You can read Ramakrishna Math's Periya Puranam. Ramakrishna Math Mylapore publication. That's the best I will recommend in English. In Tamil, there is a lot of translations. Or commentaries. Tamil, lot is available. You can just Google, you will get the story in internet itself, all the 64 Nayanmar's history. If you read the details, you will understand the culture of Kailasa. I am not saying you should not do yoga, you should not do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, don't practice unclenching. No, I am not saying that. Anything you take it up with the will persistence. Will persistence. Saurav Aneja is asking, Swamiji, do will persistence and devotion go hand in hand? Will persistence is the only devotion. Without will persistence, whatever you call as devotion is just simple, cunning, exploitive, strategic word you use. Will persistence is only devotion. Nothing else is devotion. Somebody, Sir Quantic is saying, I think you not need put photo for do healing and help. No. I don't need you here. If you are not able to put the original photo, please don't be in the group. Your original photo and original name is needed. If you can't put, please get out of the group. Sir Quantic, please leave the group now. Ketan Gaboyd is asking, Swamiji, how do I build the best and strongest will persistence that you would approve of? Ketan Gaboyd, listen carefully. Take up any one activity, maybe like Nithyananda Yoga, or unclutching, or enriching, any one activity, decide with will persistence, you will dedicate your life to that. You will see all kinds of your internal, external conflicts will erupt, and when you win all this, your will persistence will naturally ripe into Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Akshay Krishnagata is asking, is Ashwathaman still alive? தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? பரமசிவன் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்கேன், என் கூட வாழ்ந்தே உன் வாழ்க்கையை மேம்படுத்தி நல்ல கதிக்கு போக முடியல, ஓடி போயிட்ட. இப்ப அஸ்வத்தாம உயிரோடு இருக்காரா இல்லையான்னு தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? கேஷுவலா எதையாவது கேட்டு வைக்கிறது. She's asking whether Ashwatthama is still alive or not. I told her, she came to become Adinavasi and ran away. I am here, Paramashiva is alive. And you are not able to use Paramashiva who is still alive and in the body, and you ran away. What are you going to do knowing whether Ashwatthama is alive or not? Are you going to go and search and go and fall at his feet and ask him, please teach me Brahmastra and please teach me whatever you learned from Dronacharya, your father? You're going to learn and use it or what? Some casual conversation. Because the computer is there, just type. Don't laugh, nothing to laugh here. I'm not answering you jovially. When time comes, you will understand the mess you made with your life, with your decisions. But that will be too late for you.
ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನೀ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು
Ma yoga priya anyan zao. Don't worry about your job, manager, anything. I'll make everything smooth for your Paramashivoham. Don't worry.
ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् निषेधे कृते नेति नेतीति वाक्ये समाधिस्थितानां
Oh, listen. The 64 forms of Paramashiva, 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, 64 Leelas of Paramashiva in Thiruvilayadar Puranam, Shivalila Arnavam, and 63 Nayanmars, Periya Puranam. All these are very closely connected. With the subject Navaganda Samadhi, Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. So I am trying to unravel, open up, one by one, one by one, one by one. Veda Prakasha, somebody, Veda Prakasha is messaging. Veda Prakasha is messaging. Swamiji, I also left the Sangha. What is the prayaschitta for me? I also left the Sangha due to incompletions. What is the prayaschitta for me? The only prayaschitta, go back to Bididi, Adi Kailasa, and whatever your incompletion, work and complete, fix it. Fix your inner space. Changing the place will not work. Only fixing the space will work. I kept the Adi Kailasa such a way perfectly to train you all. Listen, that's a very powerful spiritual training ground, and that is the spiritual incubator, and that Adi Kailasa will test your will persistence completely. If you pass Adi Kailasa, if you prove your will persistence in Adi Kailasa, you will directly reach Maha Kailasa. all your will persistence will be tested. That is the purpose for which Adi Kailasa was created. Everyone is asking, why should we be under administrators? Some administration. Hey, that is the way. You need to have your training and your will persistence need to be tested. That's all. It's very easy to live under me and very blissful to live around me. But first, let your will persistence be tested. In Veda Prakash, you can see your life. Whatever was the reason you left Adi Kailash, for what you went out, you will never get it, I can guarantee. For whatever reason you leave Guru, you will lose Guru, and for what you are searching, both you will lose. Whatever reason you are with Guru, you will get, and Guru, both. If you are with Guru for something, and you will get that something what you want, and you will get the Guru, both. If you leave the Guru for anything, you will lose the Guru, and what far you went out, that also will not be there. Will never be there. That's the way life works, because you went out due to the incompletion. That is going to haunt you forever, wherever you go. Changing the place will not work. Changing the space is going to work. Veda Prakasha, this is the prayaschitta, and I know for sure you will not do it. But I am giving this prayaschitta for so many others who are listening. So others may do it. For their sake, I am giving. And I know for sure you will not do it.
Takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takadimi nadaraja, taka 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 nadaraja, takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takita takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita, takita dom takita dom takadimita, takita dom takita dom takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தக்கதிமி தாளமொடு தில்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திருசபையில் நயமுடனாடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமோடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समुंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं घुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तार सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया तुझे से ही सारी करूं रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं हंसना भी तेरे संग करूं रोना भी तेरे संग ही करूं मोड़ी सी तेरी हिण हाथों में खुद को ही देखा करूं मेरी हर सांस में है तू घन घन में बसा है तू मेरी हर सांस में है तू रग रग में जला है तू सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तो सुन ले रे हर हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु
नित्यानंद
मुक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्यानंद
सदा शिवा तुम नित्यानंद मुक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद तीनों लोक में गूंजती है ऐसी है नाद तेरी डमरू की माया जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा
जाल से जगाने ये
डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्यानंद
भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्यानंद
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद मानव रूप धारण करके प्रेम कृपा तूने बरसाई तेरी प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा बोलो नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद बोलो
Samaga ma pani bagari samaga ma pa 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 maga ma pa pa ni 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 ma pani pani sa 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 pa ma pa maga maga ma gari ni sa गुरुदेवा नित्यानंद परमहंस नित्यानंद 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 You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. Taram daram 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 Just being in your presence burnt away all the karmas and the Shivoham experience relieved us from the bondages of Janma. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda Gurudeva Nithyananda 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 Paramahamsa Nithyananda Pani samaga ma pani pagare samaga ma pa 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 ma ga ma pa pa ni 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 ma pani pani sa 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 pa ma pa ma ga ma ga ma ga re ni sa Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Nithyanandoham 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 Nithyanandoham
Harilin Gaumas is messaging, this webinar is more enlightening and exciting than football season in US. Hey, this webinar is headball program, understand? Where your ego heads roll. How in the football season footballs roll, this webinar is headballs roll. Your ego, which is a headball, that rolls here. So understand, this will naturally be higher, enlightening, entertaining, entraining, all three. Entraining, entertaining, and enlightening. Because this is headball season, not football season.
हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा काला हल शिव काल नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम काला हल शिव काल नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव वर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव वर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा
Om, Om. Sri Vedatmananda is writing, here we lose one head ego and gain 25 heads, Paramashiva himself. That is true. You got it. You said it. So, still I have not completed all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. I have done only 21. So I have to come for maybe one more or 2 more days of webinar. I will come again tomorrow the same time, Indian Standard Time. We'll keep us 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Maybe I'll come for 1 or 2 more sessions to completely introduce all the 64 forms. We have done only 21 till now. And today, even to introduce this Navaganda Yoga Samadhi, it took time. I'll come again.